宣公布2015 VIVO 苏迪曼杯世界羽毛球混合团体锦标赛组委会制定参与公平商。
In the south of China for day 4 of competition at the 2015 BWF World Championships. This is the 14th stage of the Sudirman Cup with 35 nations participating here in China. Those 35 teams in 4 different divisions. The top division has 12 teams divided into 4 subgroups. Every team has the other 2 teams within the group, with the top 2 nations then progressing through to the quarter-final knockout stage. We're now down to the business end, the group deciders in the top division. This afternoon we have Denmark, another 3 seeds, against Indonesia, one of only 3 nations who have actually won this coveted trophy. This afternoon's tie is a straight playoff to determine who tops the group and who will gain the all-important seeded position for the knockout stage. Skoro Rasmussen and Asbro.
现在距离比赛正式开始还有10分钟。本节将进行的是小组赛，男子短
观众朋友们，为了更好地欣赏比赛，我们提醒您注意以下观赛礼仪。请您持票入场，对号入座。在羽毛球比赛的过程中，由于双方运动员的精神高度集中，所以请您协助我们共同保持赛场的安静。运动员发球时，请不要呐喊加油，并且关闭您的手机或者将手机调整到震动状态。另外，在比赛进行中，请不要使用闪光灯拍照，以免干扰双方运动员。在观赛过程中，请保管好您的私人物品，无人照看的物品将被视为安全隐患。2015年VIVO苏迪曼杯世界羽毛球混合团体锦标赛组委会真诚感谢您对赛事的支持。
A warm reminder: tickets must be presented at the entrance. Please be seated by ticket number. During the competition, please be courteous and practice good etiquette. Please keep silent when the player is about to serve. Shouting or speaking loudly is forbidden. Please switch off or mute your cell phone. Do not use flash when taking photos. And please take good care of your personal belongings. Thank you for your cooperation.
It's a beautiful night.
联赛及世界羽毛球混合团体锦标赛，是代表各协会羽毛球整体水平的最重要的世界大赛，与汤姆斯杯赛和尤伯杯赛并列世界羽坛3大顶级赛事。1989年开始举办，2年1届，在基顺年举行。早在1980年，为纪念印度尼西亚羽协主席苏迪曼先生，印尼羽协会代表本国人民向国际羽毛球联合会捐赠一座精致奖杯。国际羽联将此奖杯作为世界羽毛球混合团体锦标赛的奖杯。
Hello and welcome to Dongguan in the south of China for day 4 of competition at the 2015 VIVO BWF Sudirman Cup, the World Mixed Team Championships. This is the 14th staging of the Sudirman Cup with 35 nations participating here in China. Those 35 teams are competing in 4 different divisions. The top division has 12 teams divided into 4 subgroups. Every team plays the other 2 teams within the group, with the top 2 nations then progressing through to the quarter-final knockout stage. We're now down to the business end, the group deciders in the top division. This afternoon we have Denmark, the number 3 seeds, against Indonesia, one of only 3 nations who have actually won this coveted trophy. This afternoon's tie is a straight playoff to determine who tops the group and therefore who will gain the all-important seeded position for the knockout stage. Well, as you can see, both these teams beat England. Denmark only dropped 1 match, recording a 4-1 win, while Indonesia scraped through against the English team, winning 3-2. So this is the standard lineup, the first choice lineup for the Sudirman Cup. We start with men's doubles, then women's singles, and the former world number 2, the current European champion, Jan Jorgensen, and then women's doubles and mixed doubles to finish off. And of course you will be looking at that, and from both these nations there are missing some of the big star names. We'll come to that in a moment, but of course it is desperately important to get that seeded position, and it's only the winner of the 4 groups who will be seeded at the quarter-final stage. I'm Jill Clark, sitting alongside Steen Peterson as usual. And Steen, I know that you've been finding out as much as you can from your former colleagues, the Denmark team, about the line-up here. Of course, they've got a different men's singles player. Victor Axelsen played men's singles against England. He won that match, but Jan Jorgensen is seeded higher. That's not a surprise at all. They've stuck with their same women's singles player, Lena Kiersfeldt, but surprise in the women's doubles.
Yeah, another debutant, Maiken Furgaard, is playing, and I guess the Danish team is going for sort of the future, trying to develop their younger players whom they've had to bring here to Dongguan due to this sponsor controversy in the Danish team.
Yes, in case you aren't aware of it, it was very well publicised, but 5 of Denmark's leading players had a clash with their personal sponsors and the team sponsors, and therefore sadly things couldn't be resolved before the Sudirman Cup, and therefore they weren't available. As far as Indonesia are concerned, well, there's a very famous pair indeed, former world champions, 2013 world champions Muhammad Hassan and Hendra Setiawan. There they are. Of course, Hendra Setiawan, 2-time world champion and former Olympic champion, as well with Marcus Kido. Well, for the Danes, the third-ranked pair, Anders Skorup and Kim Astrup. Of course, they are ranked very highly, 14 in the world, so even as the third Danish ranked pair, they are a quality men's doubles pairing. Left and right hander. Have we commentated on a tie yet without a left and right hander in one of the doubles? I don't think we have.
I don't think so.
Oh, it's extraordinary. So there, the Danish combination. Kim Astrup and Anders Skorup Rasmussen up against Muhammad Hassan and Hendra Setiawan. As far as the Danes are concerned, it's Astrup who is the left-hander, 23 years of age. His partner, there he is, from Herning. His partner, 26. And they're 14 in the world ranking, as I say. 7 tournaments this year, but they've won one of them, Swedish International. And if you're wondering how they've won one tournament and still have 7 losses, it's because they played the European Mixed Team Championships and they suffered a defeat there. So with the stats we show for 2015 win-loss record, it also includes team competitions. It's not just individual. So, winning the Swedish International semi-final of the German Grand Prix. They've been playing well this year, there's no doubt about it. But so too have the former world number ones. Hendra Setiawan, 30 years of age, from the ancient city of Malang in East Java. Well, the Indonesian pair, not only former world champions, they're the reigning Asian Games gold medalists. There you can see in the first match they weren't selected, the Danish combination, because it was Mads Conrad and Mads Kolding who defeated Chris Adcock and Andrew Ellis in 2 straight games. And it is always nice to have backup pairs so you can share the workload. And of course for the Indonesians, now number 3 in the world ranking, but they did spend 38 consecutive weeks between November 2013 and August 2014 as world number ones. 2 finals from 4 tournaments for the Indonesians this year. They won the Malaysian Premier Super Series and then lost in the final of the Asian Championships just a couple of weeks ago. So their win-loss records, pretty impressive. And they did play against England. They beat Andy Ellis and Peter Mills in 2 straight games, and that was fairly comfortable, wasn't it? Of course, Indonesia winning the men's doubles, the women's singles, and the women's doubles in that tie against England. Well, this is the second meeting between these two pairs. The first meeting was won by this Indonesian combination. That was last year in the second round of the Indonesian Super Series event. It was 2 straight games, 21-14, 21-11.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Denmark, represented by Kim Astrup, Anders Skarup Rasmussen.
Jean-Philippe Bourgier.
And on my left, Indonesia, represented by Mohamed Hassan Hendra Setiawan.
And as you saw, Zhang Pei Hua for China is the service judge.
Kim Astrup to Mohamed Hassan. Lovo Blake.
So Denmark getting this Group C decider underway. And the Danish coaches, Kenneth Jonassen on the left and Lars Huar on the right as we looked at them.
2 love. Service over. 1,
And knowing
2.
this Danish combination as we look at the Indonesian coaches and the characters, I should think these two Danish men are absolutely relishing the opportunity to play on the big stage and play against the former world champions but reigning Asian Games gold medalists.
Yeah, they were fired up and really looking forward to play this match. Always very nice to represent your country at the biggest stage.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, delightful change in pace from Mohamed Hassan, 27-year-old from Palembang in South Sumatra.
Straight on the line from Setiawan.
4-2.
He's a very quiet, unassuming man, is Hendra Setiawan, but my goodness, he's a fine badminton player. And certainly when he gets forward to the net, Steen, he's just has this uncanny ability to read what's happening, be in the right place at the right time.
Yeah. And in between rallies, it often seems like, well, is he at all coming out to play another rally, or because he really looks calm and collected.
Yes.
But inside the rallies, it's a whole different
Yeah.
game, and suddenly he shows up where the shuttle is.
Oh, look at that.
And it's so difficult when he gets in on the net, when he intercepts. You might be able to return it, but it's almost impossible to get it past him. So
Yeah.
he's there again and again.
Service over. 5-6.
So presumably what the Danes have got to do is not allow him to get forward, or try and keep him to the back. Is that what you think? Or
Yeah, he's also quite good at the back, and they have some very good variations to get him forward to the net. It's not usually, we don't usually see him work a lot from the backcourt with 4 or 5 smashes in a row, but for the Danes it would be important to sort of get out of the service situation without lifting, so that they can control the rallies. That's the key for them. And normally you'd say that it's an okay start, 7-6, but we've also seen the Indonesians on a number of occasions where they just go neck to neck until 18-all or 19-all, and then sort of take the last 2 or 3 rallies quite easy, and they're so good in the service situation.
and that's what the Danes have got to be careful about, because they're playing with the drift, which means that it's awfully easy just to hit long, as we did in that last rally. Yeah, that's a nice steep angle, softer shot.
Of course, very important for the Danes to make good service returns, and that's where I think they can be satisfied with the beginning here.
Oh, slight hesitation by the line judge. Initially, looks as if he was going to indicate it was in, and then changed his mind. Of course, we do have the challenge system in operation here, so 2 challenges allowed, and Hawkeye, when called upon, makes the decision for us. A sudden little spurt. 7-6 to 11-7.
Vi skal bare gøre det endnu her. Vi skal stole på, at de der 3. og 4. bolde, de kommer lige ind bagved. Andre er ret præcist. Og så skal vi enten, det er fint nok en gang imellem.
Just a small glimpse of what Lars Ura was telling his players. Something about the 3rd and 4th shot, that they should really trust what they've been probably seeing on video prior to this game. Quite often tries to play in between the 2 players, the Indonesians.
11-7, play.
Yeah, I like the way the left-hander took the chance of going forward there.
Yeah, Kim is normally the better net player of the 2. Prefer position with him at the net and the score.
9-11.
Sort of trying to set him up from the backcourt.
10-11. Play, lads.
Excellent return from Sechuan. I think we just touched the net court.
Yeah, we ought to keep a note on how many net cords on the return of serve are played, because it's far too many for it just to be luck. Yeah, good call. From Astrup, his partner, to leave it. There's a sideways drift as well. Sideways drift from left to right as we look down on the court.
Good service fault called.
Oh, service fault
Service
called.
over.
Struck above the waist.
Rasmussen. Rasmussen. Player. Rasmussen. Rasmussen. Please. Come to me. So, yeah, no. I said come to
Now
me.
the umpire probably tells the players that they need to ask permission of him, from him to
11.
talk to the service judge.
Yeah, and
Service over.
just going back to that point, there is actually no need to talk to anyone because there's a very clear arm signal from the service judge indicating why the fault has been called.
Yeah.
So, you know, for players to have this excuse of going and checking is just nonsense.
Yeah, and we have it every time.
Yeah.
13-0.
Good instinctive defence.
I feel somehow the Indonesians are not exactly in top gear yet. I would expect them to be able to play at a bit faster pace.
Yeah.
Broad string.
Yeah, it's good play from the Indonesians as well. It's interesting that you've picked up on that about the Indonesians perhaps not being in top gear right now, because during the Malaysian Open I was talking about the fact that they seem to be slow starters, and of course we know that Mohamed Hassan has had this back injury, and you know he's been off for a while, and you know other injury concerns as well, you know, and I would have thought when you've had an injury problem that you would make sure you were absolutely warmed up, because you want to protect that injury before going on to court. You don't want to be playing yourself in.
No.
But during the Malaysian Open, certainly in the final, they dropped the opening game to Lee Yong-dae and Yu Young-sung really quite easily to 14, and it was only after that that they really started firing. And that wasn't the only occasion they dropped the opening game and were slow to get going. So this is becoming a little bit of a bad habit really for the Indonesians.
And I think that they might get away with it in this game here, but eventually it will cost them games if they continue these slow starts. But the Danish coaches must be really satisfied with their players, because they've played brilliantly so far.
Oh, goodness me, he doesn't miss many of those, does he? That was great defence from the Danes. Well, 6 of the last 7 points.
It's like the Indonesians have seemed content to sort of give away the initiative in the service situation, and that's normally not their style.
Oh, that's well taken, isn't it?
And that might be the changing point.
15-17.
Yeah, seemed to be more urgency about that take at the net. Oh, low serve is short.
Service over.
It's a pity from a Danish perspective because it absolutely skimmed the net. That's possibly what happened. Just took a little bit of pace off the serve, made it fall short.
I don't think we've seen Hassan really use his power smash and his jump shots and so on. He seems like he's a little off his game today.
Well, I have to say that's exactly what happens in Malaysia, and I even question whether he should be playing, because I thought, you know, there's no commitment in the smash, the power smash, and you know, obviously the back is still a bit of a worry to him. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, but that's more like it, the second one.
Yeah. Well, Indonesians just ease back into the lead. Now costly, all that serve short, that service error from Kim Astrup. How costly might that be? 18-15, and you don't even make your opponents play the shuttle. Clever. Very, very clever. 5 straight points, and now 2 game point opportunities for Indonesia.
Master wants to change the shuttle, and Andrew Setiawan thinks it's okay, so no need to change it. It's a bit slow apparently because that service was short.
Oh, that's a game point squandered, isn't it, by Indonesia? Yeah, good rally. Good placement of the smash from Anas Skorup.
We can't see it in the picture, but Hassan is walking around on the court a little bit alone, and it's not really looking like he's totally fit the way I see it. We know the Indonesians, they're so good in these tight situations. They play all out, don't hold anything back, and that means that they win most of them.
Oh, that is well played. So having just saved 2 game points, now the Danes have a game point themselves. Oh, goodness me. Wide.
Service over. 21 all.
Oh, that was a risky shot from Anders Skarup.
Service over. 22-21.
Big mistake from my son.
It's gone long. And the Danes have indeed taken the opening game, survived 2 game point opportunities for the Indonesians, and take the opening game on their second game point opportunity. 23-21.
Kalau diangkat kan di awal-awal dia nggak mau ajakin main nolok kan, dia buka kan sana. Nah di belakang itu belakangnya harus ngatur dulu, jangan nafsu dulu. Dia bukanya ngangkatnya dalam banget, ya. Satu, kedua ngatur tembaknya ngatur dulu, jangan enak kayak lagi.
Two Indonesian coaches, Harry Iman and Richard Manaki. So 19 minutes for game number 1. And Denmark must be absolutely delighted with that. Now, if you were courtside, Steen, would you be warning your players that perhaps the Indonesians will come out a bit faster at the start of the second, or do you just focus on what they're to do?
Yeah, I think I would reinforce them because they've done so many good things in the first game here. They've met the Indonesians in the service situation. They played clever defense, worked really hard. Kim Astrup, the left-hander here, has been making some really creative defensive shots, and he's a very promising player. They both are, but for different reasons. Kim has got a really natural touch, a little bit like the former top player Lars Paske.
Yeah.
And they've improved a lot during the last 1.5 years or so.
Second game.
Had a surprise win last year at All England in the first round. I can't remember which pair it was, but it was a top pair that they beat there, and sort of gave them confidence.
Yes, I can tell you it was the defending champions, Liu Xiaolong and Chu Sihan.
That's right. I think what we'll see here is that the Indonesians will try to up the pace, and if they succeed in that, the Danes are in trouble.
Yeah.
If they are unable to up the pace, then it might create a little opening for the Danes.
Service over. 1-all. Service over. 2-1.
He was crushed defending under Skarup.
Yes, was that an odd choice? It seemed odd to me.
Yeah, sort of an odd choice, but also perhaps shows that they've picked up that Asan is not his normal dangerous self.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do not use flash when taking photos during the game. Thank you for your cooperation.
Excellent play by the Danes, working Hendra Sechuan in the base court and counter-attacking. No, there's no power in the smashes.
No.
And this time it was Sechuan. I don't understand it.
Oh goodness, he almost stumbled as he was playing that final winning shot.
2. Thank you. 4-2.
It's so important for the Danes to keep challenging at the net, like we saw this group do here.
Oh, that's well taken, well finished off.
Service over. 3-4.
4号场地将要进行的是澳大利亚队与瑞士队的第2场比赛，男子单打，由卢卡对阵科尔特联，裁判员陈志生、中华台北。
Service over.
Yeah, the whole body language of the Indonesians is concerning.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, if they're not ready, why not play the second men's doubles,
Yeah.
which are perfectly capable?
Against Christian Kuttner.
Oh, he's tripped. That's a little bit more like the Mohamed Hassan that we used to see.
4-5.
Extremely quick in his follow-ups.
Yeah, of course, Indonesia have got Pratama and Suwadi, who recently won the Singapore Super Series
Yeah.
event, and then they've got the young pair of Gideon Marcus Finaldi and Kevin Sukamuljo, who have been playing very well as well on the World Tour. Or you could even split a pair if one of them is injured.
You can see the Danes, they're having quite an easy time in the defense right now, so either they've improved a lot since the last 2 months, or the attack from the Indonesians are not having the usual sting in it, and I think it's the latter that is the case.
No, it's good placement.
Service over.
He's
5,
making a couple of these
6.
mid-court lifts that are too high in this group.
Service for call.
Service fault called.
7-5.
Look at that touch.
Yeah.
Excellent play.
8-5.
Yeah, I suppose he first showed his talent when he won a bronze medal at the 2010 World Junior Championships, playing with Rasmus Fladberg, who's son of my former mixed doubles partner. Gosh, that makes me feel old.
9-5.
Oh, there's another return of serve. Hits the top of the net and
Service
goes over.
over. 6-9.
Oh, just looking at the net cord again,
Yeah.
Mohamed Hassan.
7-9.
Yeah, that's long for a men's doubles rally, isn't it? 38 shots.
And particularly long for a rally when Mohamed Hassan and Hendra Sechuan is involved in the game. I have a feeling that they could play half a game with their own without using 38 shots.
8-9. Indonesia. Service World Championships. China, Hong Kong.
And even though the Danes' defense is doing better than I expected against these two Indonesians, it's still important for them to not play defense too much, because they're not winning a whole lot of rallies from the defense.
No. There's that nice touch again from the left-hander.
Good follow-up by Anas Karup. Very alert there.
That is just lovely placement of the smash.
It's a good call. That's the Sechuan.
So 10 all. Who's going to have the advantage at the mid-game interval?
Oh, that's
lovely. Terrific. It is the Indonesians who have the advantage of having won 6 of the last 7 points. Look at this disguise. That is just glorious.
Setengah-setengah kayak lagi mainan adu terus sendiri. Dia juga nggak enak. Ya, aku kedua enak. Kalau yang back yang ketiga tembak posisinya ngatur-ngatur pisang. Tembak ke tengah atau ke back yang kalau.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Coach, leave the court. Coach, leave the court.
I feel the Danes have, during the last 8 rallies or so, moved a little bit too far back in the defense. They should sense that the attack is not as strong as usual, and they should move forward and put pressure on the Indonesians. Well played.
12-10.
Yeah, the Indonesians just look as if they've gone up a gear and they've stepped forward in the court a little more, haven't they?
Yeah. See, that's an in-between shot there from Anas Karup, and I'd rather he lifted to the baseline instead of trying these mid-court shots, because it's a sure loser if it's too short.
Yeah.
Or too high. It's probably the height that's the problem.
And from that far side, he could afford to give it quite
Yes.
because it's difficult for the shuttle to come out this near end.
And we saw this long rally. We had like 38 shots or so,
Yeah.
where they pushed the defense and sort of chased the background player. Good coverage. And especially chasing the background player and then stepping one step forward would give the Danes some counter-attacking opportunities, and they've been really good at taking them so far.
Good return.
Service over. 14-12.
Much better. Well, it's 10-3 now for the Indonesians in the last 13 rallies. So
Yeah, that's
maybe
significant.
order is about to be restored.
Yeah.
Service over.
What if they flicked Hassan?
15.
How would that work? Normally we see him coming from his forehand side to his backhand side and being so fast, like the former top player Tony Gunawan.
Yeah.
But he's been struggling there today.
Service over.
Well, that's the answer. If you flick to
13.
To set you on.
Setiawan, exactly.
But I think you have to flick him, and you have to flick him the next time as well, and to sort of keep him honest, because otherwise he can concentrate too much on making excellent service returns on the short services. So you might want to take a few lost points in order to be able to serve short.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
That's well played.
Very well played.
17-13. Service over.
Well, it's not often you see a player in men's doubles
18.
attempting that sort of backhand. But it's interesting, Mohammed Hassan couldn't change direction.
No,
Normally,
no.
he would have
would've
gone back.
jumped.
Yeah, gone back for that. That's a magnificent smash.
Yeah, but it's because it's short. It's not because it's hard. I think the Danes took the foot off the pedal a little bit at 9-5.
Yeah. I agree.
And we've often discussed this about playing the reputation instead of playing the actual opponent. And of course they're former world champions, but not the way they play today.
No.
They wouldn't have won the world championship playing that way.
Look at that return again. And I take your point absolutely now about keeping him honest, because he gets in that rhythm and that neck cord on the return of serve yet again. And that has given the Indonesians 5 game point opportunities to level this men's doubles at 1 game all. Mind you, they had 2 game point opportunities in the first game, didn't they? Couldn't convert.
16-20.
The game has to end with
Second game,
a service
won
error.
by Indonesia, 21-16.
21-16
1 game all.
confirms the umpire. 1 game all. Just a fraction under 40 minutes of play. Managed to catch any of that?
Yeah, Lasur trying to encourage them, saying we're still there, and wants them to sort of use more drop shots in a row. One drop shot is not enough. Sometimes 2 drop shots, and then of course this with the sort of indecision in the mid court, either to the front court or all the way to the back court. And Kim Astrup also said that maybe they should in the defense block a little bit more and then run, because just blocking and lifting again wouldn't get it done for them, and I agree.
Court 1, 20
The thing is,
seconds.
I'd still like to see them come forward in the defense and put pressure on the Indonesians, because that's possible today. Simply be aggressive in the defense, so to speak.
Final game. Love all. Play.
Yeah, what was was he looking at there?
Let's see if it comes again. No. It seems like he's more comfortable in his forehand side, Hassan, than in the backhand side, or at least moving to the backhand side from the forehand side.
Service over. 1 all.
Orange team bench. Yeah, and the Indonesians aren't the only one that
And he just
hit the net cord.
Service
That's
over.
a wasted opportunity.
1.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
3-1.
great play by the Indonesians.
Well, seemed to have wheel spin there. He did well to get it back, but it was the disguise in the first place that did the damage. Look, he's back on his heels. Yeah, his left foot slipped.
And clever play from the Indonesians,
Yeah.
just using a drop shot before attacking. As we said, the Danes are standing quite far back.
4-1.
But Australia. Service drive. 1 South Africa.
exactly. Well,
5-1.
And they're playing the net one more time now than they did in the first game, the Indonesians, and that's worked well for them so far.
there's just a different intent about them, isn't there,
Yeah.
the Indonesians now? They're hunting the shuttle, they're looking to take it earlier, whether it's at the net or whether it's in those mid-court areas. This is worrying times if you're a Danish fan.
1.
Yeah, and it's been since they were leading 9-5 in the second game. Since then, it's been the Indonesians in the driver's seat. Kim Astrup really angry with the service judge.
I don't remember a particular rally.
No.
Do you think it was just the realisation of, crikey, we could actually win
Yes,
this?
yes, I think it was that.
Yeah.
Play must be continuous. Okay.
I think it was that we have the first game leading 9-5.
Yeah.
Oh, let's back off a little bit.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
Service
Front
over.
call, double hit
2-8.
for the Indonesians. Yeah.
And now it's the Danes that look really disheartened and
Yeah.
not knowing what to do.
Yeah, the frustration
10-2.
is just boiling over.
Yeah, they simply have to regroup now and focus on playing one rally at a time, not the score. Forget about trying to win. Try to play good badminton.
Yeah.
11-2. Interval. Change ends.
Well, a 9-point advantage for the former world champions and former world number ones. But it goes back to the point that we made earlier, Steen. You know, why on earth don't the Indonesians start the match like this? If they need to spend longer on the warm-up courts, then they should spend longer.
Yeah.
Because they seem to just use the first game as part of their warm-up.
Yeah, but I'm positive that they are not 100% fit.
Okay.
I'm almost positive, and I would be surprised to see them beat, for instance, the Korean men's doubles or Chinese men's doubles. Of course, it could be only passing injury or illness. So, but if they play like this, I think they'll be in for a tough time against the other three seeds.
Yeah.
11-2. Play.
Yeah.
Very efficient, and one quite powerful smash and then one sort of steep smash with the power taking out of it, and that creates a really good opportunity. And they should be used to that, Anders and Kim, because at least until a couple of weeks ago they practiced with Mathias Bo and Carsten Mogensen,
Yeah.
who has the exact same playing style.
That was a lovely idea.
Service over. 13-3.
That's him. Yeah.
14-3.
I think that's one of the points where the Danes still have quite
Service over.
a bit of way to go. When their preferred playing style isn't working anymore. We've seen it also after the first round in this All England victory over the reigning champs. They lost easily to a Korean pair, and it's too big a difference from the first game.
Yeah. It was the Korean pair that went on to win the world title later in the year, but to lose to them at 8 and 8 is not good.
15-5.
And now it's, I mean, as I said a couple of times earlier in this tournament, now it's garbage time. The match is decided, and we'll probably see the Danes getting a few more points, playing a little bit better here in the end, because the concentration level probably slips a little bit with the Indonesians.
7-15.
Taken.
Service over. 16-7.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, I think it was a bit of a miss-hit.
Service over. 8-16.
Yes, real spring in the step again from the Danes.
Service over. 17-9.
Clash of rackets. It's gone long.
Service over. 10-17.
That's a nice serve. I like that. Just a little bit of a different angle.
Yeah. He's improved his serve a lot over the last 1.5 years on the screw.
Unbelievable. Good defence. Yeah. Well. All of a sudden it all seems possible again.
12-17.
I would be very surprised. But good running points for the Danes.
Oh, it's gone long.
Service over.
Yeah, I think it was right to go for that interception, though.
19-12.
That's why we have you here, Steen, because you're the expert and you know what's going to happen. Look, now, all of a sudden, when you think that perhaps they might start getting a little bit tense because the Danes are catching up, just ease themselves to match point opportunities.
20, match point 12.
Yeah, well taken. Yeah. (21-12) deciding game. Well, I think we can agree, Steen, that if the Indonesians come up against Koreans or maybe some of the Chinese
Top 10 pairs.
yeah, if they start slowly like that, they may be found wanting.
Yeah.
They have to be more alert from the start. And that's to take nothing away from this Danish pair. They played well.
They played well.
And they certainly played their hearts out. But the victory in the end to Indonesia. 21-23, 21-16 and 21-12 in the deciding game. Well, they look dejected. They should be proud. I thought they can certainly take heart from the opening game. And as you say, maybe lost their concentration or perhaps got a little scared of the reality that they could possibly win. 6 minutes shy of the hour mark, but victory to Indonesia with Mohamed Hassan and Hendra Setiawan. 21-23, 21-16, 21-12. So that's 1-love to Indonesia in this Group C decider. Who will top the group? Both these teams know that they were through to the knockout stage, the quarterfinal knockout stage, but it is so important to get a seeding position. And it's only the team top of the group, the 4 groups in the Level 1, Division 1, that gets those seeding positions. So women's singles will be up next, Lina Kiersveld and Manuputi, and then men's singles, women's doubles and mixed doubles will finish off. And just to remind you, of course, at the group stage all 5 matches within the tie are contested. It's only when we get down to the knockout stage that once the tie is decided, and of course with the best of 5 matches within the tie, when one team has won 3 of the matches, if there's any remaining matches, they're not contested. So we await the women's singles players, Bellatrix Manuputi up against Lina Kiersveld. So the young Dane, 21 years of age. Her opponent, 26. Girish Natu of India is our umpire for this one. Bellatrix Manuputi has chosen to start the near side of the court. She won the toss, and it just proves how different the two ends are, because here at the Sudirman Cup, unlike an awful lot of Super Series events and Grand Prix Gold events, all the players seem to be choosing which ends they wish to start. Kiersveld, as I say, 21 years of age and former European junior champion. Kiersveld playing her second match of the campaign because she played against England and beat Fontaine Chapman. But Bellatrix Manuputi, 26, born in Jakarta. She's the 4th ranked Indonesian at the moment, down 1 place in the world ranking this week to 51. She has been as high as 22. 5 tournaments this year, 4 times, lost in the first round. But this her first match in the Sudirman Cup campaign. Linda Winnie Fanatri played against England. So Lina Kiersveld, now as mentioning that she's former European junior champion, down a couple of places in the world ranking this week to 39, has been as high as 34. 6 tournaments for her this year, and once again, just to explain why she's got 7 losses, because she played in the European Mixed Team Championships and suffered a loss there as well. So only 6 individual tournaments. But the interesting thing, Steen, is that as we look at her victory over Fontaine Chapman, 2 straight games, is that she won her European title in the mixed doubles discipline with Kim Astrup, who we've just seen in the men's doubles. Also won a bronze medal at the World Junior Championships in the girls' doubles with Sandra Maria Jensen, and a silver medal at the European Junior Championships in the women's singles as well. So she is an all-round player, and in fact I remember watching her in Ramaskoya at the European Mixed Team Championships of 2013, and she played all 3 disciplines in that tournament campaign, which was remarkable. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Ladies and gentlemen,
just shows what a good all-round player she is.
Yeah, great athlete and
represented by
really good eye for the game. And there's been some discussions in Denmark regarding whether she should sort of
represented by
switch to the doubles categories or give her full attention to the singles, and she's chosen the singles, and I think that's a very wise choice.
Yes, I don't know what you feel, Steen, but and I'm not a coach. I have the lowest level of coaching certificates, but I've always liked in a player development when they're young to play more than one category, and that when they get to 19 or 20, that by then they've decided what they want to do and specialise. But I've always thought, and I understand that even somebody like Peter Gader used to practice on the doubles court to improve his singles defence and so on.
Yeah, in the beginning, while he was coming off his junior age, he of course won the World Junior Championship in men's doubles, so the first 2 or 3 years he still had sufficient defence to sort of play with the regular doubles players in practice, because he could use his single skills. After the 2 or 3 years, the defense and the service situation lacked a little bit, but always fun to get some variation in practice.
Yeah, of course he won that World Junior men's doubles title with Peter Nissen. What happened to him?
Well, he's actually very much involved in one of the clubs in Denmark.
Coaching?
Yeah, coaching, and I heard some rumours that he started playing again, but I'm not sure if that's true.
Yeah, that's good lengths on the clear from Manaputi.
And she chose to start on the sort of tough side in order to finish an eventual 3rd game on the good side of the court.
Well, I remember yesterday you saying to us, Steen, that from this near side of the court you have to work like a maniac, because you can't afford to clear, because it will go, the likelihood is it will go long, and therefore you've got to hit an awful lot more of your shots in a downward direction. And I suppose part of the theory as well is that while you're fresh, having the end where you have to work harder, physically harder, is a very sound reasoning.
Yeah, and I actually think that in some tournaments we've seen, for instance, the Chinese men's singles players, if they start out on the poor side of the court, they simply don't play 100% because they don't want to waste energy. They lose the first game, they play 100% on the good side, and then they only have to use half a game of full energy on the bad side. So it's a dangerous strategy, but it might work.
2-6.
It's a little bit more difficult, I think, for Manaputri, because I would doubt that it's her preferred style of attacking a lot.
Mm.
It's going to go wide.
Now, I don't know whether you've had a chance to find out the scoop on the Indonesian team, Steen. I know you were having a word with their performance director, Rexy Manaki, a little earlier.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm looking at the world rankings, and Manaputi is the 4th ranked Indonesian. The highest ranked Indonesia is Maria Phoebe Kusuma Stuti, and then you've got Adrianti Ferdesari at 1 place lower than Kusuma Stuti, but neither of them are actually here in Dongguan. Then you've got Linda Weni Fanatri, who of course played against England. So is there anything you've heard behind all these women's singles?
They were also trying to bring forward young players who are hungry to play and eager to win matches and play for the country. And we've heard the same from Malaysia, where a lot of young players have been selected recently, and so you could say in some way they're more or less giving up on the older players and more or less saying, well, you have a certain number of years to show, perhaps not results, but show progress that can give us hope of results. And if you don't show that, then we're going to start looking in the next generation.
Yeah, because I know I was reading in the Indonesian newspapers that Rexy Manaki was quoted as saying about 2 of the men's singles players, Tommy Sugiarto and Simon Santoso, who are both independent players anyway. And he said that, you know, despite their past successes and current successes as well, that he didn't think they were mentally tough enough. And he said, therefore, I want to give the younger players, the younger men's singles players, opportunities. But we're seeing it throughout both these teams here. It's delightful to see some younger players coming through.
And it's always this, that as a coach you think, well, the older players are still stronger, and that might be true, but what if you give the young ones the chance for like 6 months in a row?
Yeah.
They could very well have reached the same level then and can still continue their development, whereas you don't seem to get a lot of development from some of the older players in the Indonesian team. They pop up once in a while.
Yeah.
When the weather is good and they're injury free and so on. But
good rally.
It's consistent results. Yeah, well played.
Yeah.
It's consistent results you're after as a coach.
But isn't this all complicated a little bit by the Olympic qualification process? And, you know, because
very much
Indonesia have got to feel that Tommy Sugiarto in the men's singles is their best chance of a medal, and, you know, therefore whether he's an independent player or not should be totally irrelevant, because Indonesia as a nation wants Indonesian success and medals at the Olympic Games. So, you know, for him to miss out, of course he's injured at the moment. I hate, you know, I must point that out, that, you know, he had to withdraw from a semi-final in India Super Series, then in first round against Lindan in Malaysia, and then he pulled out of Singapore altogether. So he's got his injury troubles. So he wouldn't be here anyway because of his injuries. But, you know, it is complicated for you coaches, isn't it, with the Olympic qualification process?
Yes, it is, and he might, I don't know, he might be selected for Indonesia if they haven't got anyone else that can go on to win a medal. I think it's a judgment whether you believe he has a fair chance of winning a medal.
Yeah, but you see, with these two players on court, you know, with all due respect, you know, neither of them you would name as medal potentials at the moment for the Rio Olympics. So this is what I'm loving about this sort of match. You've got two players who are now given the opportunity to show what they can do. Oh, service fault called. And develop in this interim time, because you're not taking a place away from another Danish women's singles player. You know, give her this opportunity. It's wonderful.
He has already signaled. He has already signaled.
I like that. The umpire tells Lena, I think, what you and I discussed early on, that she doesn't need to ask the umpire because he's already showed her what's the problem.
Exactly. He always signals.
The thing is, I'm not really sure, as we also discussed, that I'm not so keen on these racket nut pointing in downwards direction calls. They tend to be questionable.
9-10.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think a lot of players outside the top 20 focus too much on the Olympic qualification. It would be much better for them to focus on development.
Service fault called, so
flick serve not allowed.
So 2-point advantage to... No, I couldn't hear that at all. I think the umpire switched off his microphone. Bambang Supriyanto. Now, there's some definite instruction there.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Court, move the court.
She's had some good results, has Manaputi, in recent times. A couple of victories over the now world number 4, Tai Su Ying, beaten Sung Ji Hyung of Korea as well. PV Sindhu. Yeah, so she's got good capabilities. Of that I have no doubt whatsoever. Mind you, we should also make mention of this young lady and what she's been achieving against some of the world's best players. Of course, in the quarterfinal of the Bitburger Grand Prix Gold last year, she went to 3 games with the world champion, Carolina Marin. Only lost 21-16 in the deciding game.
Yeah, I actually saw that match.
Yeah.
It was the comeback match of Carolina Marin after the injury that she suffered in the second round of the World Championships, but sort of played on with it. It went on to bug her for a month and months afterwards. I think Manaputi is coping really well with the drift. Haven't seen her make hardly any mistakes on the baseline.
Oh, that's well played from Kiersfeldt. Anticipated well,
Yeah.
put real pressure on from the net.
Service over. 13-12.
Obviously, Steen, you know this Danish player much better than I do, but I'm watching her here and I'm sort of thinking, when she physically gets a little bit stronger in the legs,
Yeah.
you know, so that she's more in balance when she's having to lunge forward or can change direction a little quicker, like that.
Exactly. Come a little quicker out of the corners.
Yeah, then she's going to be very good indeed.
14-12.
She's only 21. She wouldn't expect her to be that physically strong in the legs at the moment. Probably still been growing a little bit up until the last couple of years. Yeah.
Service over.
She's got the attacking capability, and that's, in my opinion, very important, especially for European players, because most European players have a hard time matching the mobility of the Asian players. So we've got to be able to create points.
That's good.
Service over. 15-13. Lina.
4号场地将要进行的是澳大利亚队与瑞士队的第3场比赛。女子单打由李伟丽对阵贾培克。
Yeah. And I like the crispness of that attacking play as well. That has a nice sound to it as she played that smash.
中华台北。
In case you're wondering why I mention that, it's because timing and technique must be good to be able to create that sort of sound.
Excellent deception here from Manaputi.
Yeah.
And that's so important also when there's a drift in the hole to sort of get the opponent out of balance. So it's hard to control the shots. Yeah, well read.
17-14.
Oh, indecision. Yeah, it was going to land in. You were right to play it, but just let it drop too low.
5号场地将要进行的是法国队与巴西队的第3场比赛。男子双打由塔伦拉巴尔对阵德奥维拉亚历克斯。裁判员施里克。
Umpire Girish Nata signaling to Lina Kjærsfeldt that she's taking too long time in between rallies.
So, from 9-11 down at the mid-game interval, Manaputi has really piled on the pressure, game point opportunities.
Service over. 15-20.
Second opportunity is converted.
Won by Indonesia, 21-15.
21-15, says our umpire. Well, it all promised so well for the Dane in the early stages. That advantage at the mid-game interval. But it's not how you start, it's how you finish. 17 minutes for that opening game in favour of Bellatrix Manaputi.
Nede i hjørnerne. Husk de der ting, vi har set. Det er det samme, hun gør. Ja? Men til sidst kommer hun til at falde.
Picked up one short sentence down in the corners, and could mean at least two different things. That Lina should cover the corners herself, but I think it's more likely that they want to try to use the corners on the Indonesian side of the court here with Manaputi. The risky thing about that is that it opens up the possibility of pushing him too long on this side of the court.
20 seconds. Court 1.
Whereas
20
an
seconds.
attacking style here would put the Indonesian player under a lot of pressure.
I'm a little bit surprised by that instruction then, in all honesty. But then we didn't get to hear all of it.
We didn't get all of it.
No.
Second
Could
game.
also be the service returns.
Love all.
That
Yeah.
was to go down the corners where you actually can
Yeah.
control it quite well.
Service over. One.
Distinct that she's
love.
serving towards the forehand side of Lina Kersfeldt in the right court.
Service over. 1 all.
I'm not sure if she's aware of the side drift. She played the first match, but it was on another court, one of the outer courts, and the drift is a little bit different there from what I was told. We have the advantage of being sitting here every day.
Yeah. Oh, that's a lovely backhand.
Yeah. And the problem for Manaputi now is that she needs to play with the correct length, otherwise she gets herself in trouble.
Yeah.
And that's why I emphasize that the idea to get the opponent out of balance, that makes it hard for her to sort of get the right length on it.
Service over.
It's a little bit scrappy at the start of this second game.
All.
2 out of 3 points for Denmark. Let's come on. Service faults. That was lucky. The follow-up there was
3.
with the best of quality. That's the right length from Manaputi.
Yeah.
But
That's,
the side drift.
yeah.
5-3.
Yeah, Bang Bang. Sopranos are just pointing. And you know that this is drift from left to right.
It's interesting, both of these women's singles players using the backhand serve the whole time.
5.
See it all the time in men's singles, don't we? Or a lot of the time in men's singles. It's the way the women's singles is developing as well.
Yeah, because they stand really close to the net. The female players as well. In doubles categories, we see them standing exactly on the first service line. That wasn't the case some years ago.
No.
Did you stand there, Jill, when you were playing? Did you stand on the first service line?
I did until I did in my ACL, anterior cruciate ligament. But they're literally millimetres behind it. I was, 4 to 6 inches, I guess, just a little bit back. Well, I think what the umpire isn't liking is the fact that in taking her time, she's walking back towards the corner where her coaches are.
Yep.
Now, the coaches are allowed to give instruction in between rallies. There's nothing wrong in that, but it obviously takes a longer time, especially if you're about to receive in the left-hand court.
Yeah, and the coaches are sitting in a very poor position in order to see what's going on the court, and especially to shout directions to the players, because there's quite a bit of way into the middle of the court.
Service over. 7-6.
It's been a little too many mistakes in this match to my taste.
Yeah.
I guess both players are a bit nervous because they feel that this match is actually winnable.
Mm.
Right on the sideline again.
And obviously very, very important to the outcome of the tie.
One thing I would shout in now if I were the Danish coach was to get Line to cover the backhand side now, because I think Manaputi must have made so many mistakes on that sideline that he's going to direct her next shots to the backhand side of Line.
Service over. 7-9.
Yeah.
What a good rally. And I like the way that Kiersfeldt was really dictating the pace in that.
Yeah, it was good defense from Manaputi, and this time Kiersfeldt was a bit more patient, and that's what's been lacking in the first game, in my opinion.
No, I think the Dane didn't want to towel down.
No.
And it does seem strange at 10-7, we're potentially only 1 point away from the mid-game interval.
I guess Manaputi would disagree with that and say we're 4 points away.
And she might well be right.
Service over. 8-10.
I'm particularly watching or trying to understand the grip of the Dane. Somehow there's something about, is she holding it a little tight or?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
bit twisted to the backhand side, but hopefully she changes it depending on what shot she's using.
Oh, there you go.
There was my 4 points.
There's your 4 points. You're right again, Steen.
Of course, at least the break didn't harm Manaputi.
No.
Wipe the court. Thank you. Thank you.
I think the Indonesian is going to win this match, but potentially I have a hard time seeing the Indonesians get a lot better.
Well, she goes to the mid-game interval with the advantage on a run of 4 straight points, as you rightly pointed out that could be the scenario. But I do want to pick up on that. We'll try and listen in to the Danes first.
Didn't manage to catch a whole lot of it, just that she'd sort of overplay her opponent, and that means playing flat lifts from the net 2 or 3 times instead of blocking it at the net.
Something about the forehand corner.
From Indonesian?
Yeah.
Playing the forehand corner of or the forehand side of Manaputi.
Yeah, well, just Bambam Supriyanto, from his gestures, was talking about a cross court from the forehand corner deep, or you know. That's a good rally.
Now, the reason why I'm a little bit suspicious about the potential of Manaputi is that, given her style of play right now, she's not a really dangerous player, in my opinion. I mean, if you can cover the court well, if you compare it to, for instance, the Japanese players who, of course, covers the court excellently, I don't see her having the same kind of...
No, there's an overrule from
Indonesia challenges.
Overrule from the umpire.
Out.
But the umpire shouldn't overrule when we have a challenge court.
Oh, I think he should. I think that he thought it was called out. He said no, it's in. So Manaputi has said, I want the challenge, because Manaputi obviously agrees with the line judge. But both the umpire was correct.
Challenge.
Now, to me, I have to say that I've been disappointed that umpires haven't had the courage to overrule when they see a bad call.
Yeah, but should the umpire overrule? Isn't it up to the player to challenge if they are unsatisfied?
No, he didn't challenge. Manaputi ended up challenging because the umpire had overruled.
Yeah, but if he didn't overrule, then Line could have challenged.
Yes, she could have done. But if the umpire sees that an error has been made, and he was right that a clear error, in his judgment, had been made, then he's still allowed to overrule, and I think the umpires should do that still. Oh, that's nice.
Excellent, deceptive drop shot.
12-13.
that's well played.
Yeah.
I love that push to the back court
13 all.
from Manu Pucci.
Yeah, forcing Felt to take it late in that forehand corner. Oh, now that's good.
Service over. 14, 13.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's well played.
Very well played.
15, 13.
Exactly like Lars Ura said. Overplay your opponent a couple of times first, and then chances will occur.
Like
It's drifted wide.
service over. 14, 15. Play.
Yeah, it was the sideline in question.
Well
Yeah,
played.
he's done it again. Yeah.
15 all.
That's good placement of the smash too, isn't it? Aiming towards that right hip.
16.
I don't like the service returns from Line Kjærsfeldt. I think they're way too predictable. I would like to see her use a lot. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah. Little
That was
blocks.
not predictable, but I still would like to see her use a lot more backhand service returns. Much easier to disguise. A little deception on the service return, and preferably to the front court. With some variations to the back. That should be the formula in short service returning.
Service over. 17, 16.
Excellent placement from Manu Pucci. Good marking.
Yeah, that was the same service return again,
Yeah.
pushing down the forehand of Manaputi, and
Yeah.
once again she read it and pounced on it and aimed towards that right hip again.
Yeah, and of course, Manu Pucci knows that if Line plays towards her backhand side, she's in danger of putting it out due to the side drift, so she's playing that forehand corner all the time.
Yeah.
So simply you can't rule out corners, you will be too predictable.
It's good follow up though from the Dane there.
17,
That's something that is sort of positive. We see some of these new upcoming young players really follow up after their smashes. Of course, the best one at that, Carolina Marin from Spain.
service over. 19, 17.
2 points away from a second point on the board in the overall tie for Indonesia.
Play.
And match points have arrived.
Match point, 17.
Oh,
That's a good shot.
Yeah.
Service over.
And that shot is possible because there's not the same amount of pressure on as we've seen the two previous times that she's been played in that corner. So suddenly a counter-attack possible.
Yeah. Now, a little bit of frustration at the end of the match from Alina Kiersveld. Kicks the racket away in frustration because the match won by Bellatrix Manaputi. 2 straight games.
Match won by Indonesia, 21-15, 21-18.
21-15, 21-18 confirms the umpire. 37 minutes of play. And Indonesia take a 2-love lead in the overall tie. Yeah. Disappointment from the Dane. So confirmation of the score once again, 21-15, 21-18 in 37 minutes. So confirmation after the first 2 matches, Indonesia lead 2-love against Denmark in this Group C decider. Who will top the group? Of course, both teams go through to the quarterfinal knockout stage, but it is desperately important to get one of the 4 seeding positions, and you have to win your group to achieve that. Men's singles up next, and then women's doubles and mixed doubles will finish off this afternoon's play. Well, as far as the other groups are concerned, I can tell you in Group A, China topped the group. They finished first, Germany second, and in Group D, Malaysia have topped the group, and Korea and India are playing at the moment on one of the adjoining courts to see who will join Malaysia from Group D in the quarter-final stage. Well, he's got a very different look about him now, has Denmark's Janor Jorgensen, the 27-year-old from Aalborg in North Jutland. His long flowing locks have disappeared and he's got a very smart looking haircut. Well, he's up against a real youngster, Firman Abdul Kolik. Left-handed youngster from Indonesia, from West Java. Jorgensen, the reigning European champion. Our umpire waits patiently. Zhang Pei-Wah of China. And Girish Natu, having umpired the last match, will be service judge for this men's singles.
I will stay over here.
That's interesting. Janor Jorgensen choosing that far side of the court. Gosh, he does look different, doesn't he? With his new haircut. So the men's singles, and as far as Denmark are concerned, this is a must-win situation because Denmark 2-love down in the overall tie, and if Jan or Jorgensen doesn't win this men's singles encounter against Fiman Abdul Kolik, then Denmark will finish second and Indonesia will be first. So the 17-year-old from Indonesia up one place in the world ranking to a career high 71, but he is world number 1 in the junior world ranking. 4 tournaments so far this year, having won one of them, the Vietnam International Challenger event. Now, in the match against England, he was not selected. It was Jonathan Christie who was selected and lost to Rajiv Usif really very comfortably. So there is no surprise that they've tried another one of their youngsters for today's match. So Janor Jorgensen, 27, he is currently number 3 in the world ranking, as you can see, but he spent 14 weeks as world number 2. Now, he, like his opponent, wasn't selected against England, the first of Denmark's group matches and only previous group match. That was Victor Axelsen. And Victor Axelsen duly beat Rajiv Usif 12 and 18. So he's played 4 tournaments this year as Janor Jorgensen. He's been in 2 finals, winning the German Grand Prix Gold, and of course reached the final of the All England Championships when he lost out in a thrilling match, 3 games against the world number 1 and world champion Chen Long. This will be the first meeting between the 2 players. Not surprising, considering Kolik is playing his first real season in senior badminton.
We are played by Abdul Kolik. And on my left, Denmark. We are played by Bianchen. Indonesia to serve. Love for play.
So what a responsibility for the 17-year-old from Indonesia. Responsibility? I think that's probably the wrong word. What an opportunity for the youngster.
This is at least a match where they cannot be named favourites, Indonesia, I think.
Yeah.
They're the favourites in all the 4 other matches, but in this match I think it's Janor Jorgensen.
I have to confess, Steen, I have never seen this young Indonesian play
No, neither
previously.
have I.
Yeah, so I'm fascinated to see this because I've been reading about him, I've been following his results, but I've never actually got to watch him.
Must be, of course, excited, but also a bit nervous and shaky.
Yeah.
Being 17-year-old, representing your country, and your country being Indonesia with such enormous badminton tradition.
Yes, including 7 finals here at the Sudirman Cup. Of course, they were the first ever winners of the World Mixed Team Championships, dating back to when the event was first held in Jakarta in 1989, and they've reached 6 other finals as well. And you know, 2 years ago in Kuala Lumpur was the first time ever that Indonesia hadn't reached at least the semi-final stage.
Very nice smash there from his forehand side. We've seen it a couple of times from Kolik. Interesting to see if he's got some variation and also can play cross. He does.
He's quick, isn't he?
Yeah.
4-7. Service over. 8-4.
He's come back in. Yeah. Held in by the drift. Yeah, look at that racket skill though from the Indonesian. That reverse slice, that was a wonderful example of the sort of skills he's got. Yeah, an awful lot played down the Danes' forehand side in that rally.
I think it's still the side drift that they're concerned about. Indonesia. Also their first appearance on the center court here.
Oh, good flick serve.
裁判员墨色佩鲁马尔，马来西亚；发球裁判员坎普尔，威尔士。
The fourth match on court will be men's doubles. MetLife Australia against Dumatulin, Charlotte, Switzerland. Umpire.
Yeah, so to the mid-game interval with a 7-point advantage. Jano Jorgensen. Crikey, look at that jump.
Half 1, 20 seconds.
Yeah, he's an athletic player.
20 seconds.
And like virtually all of the Indonesian players, he's got that lovely relaxed hitting style, great skills, good deception.
Yeah. Excellent technical skills.
Yeah.
Play.
2号场地将要进行的是韩国队与印度队的第3场
He's playing way too short, Jano Jorgensen.
由孙文虎对阵卡什亚普，裁判员郭高贤、中国台北，发球裁判员施罗德、德可。
The third match on court 2 will be men's singles. Song Won-ho, Korea against Kasha, India. Umpire, Guo Bangxian, Chinese Taipei. Service judge, Trude, Germany.
Service over. 12-5.
Were you surprised, Steen, that Jorgensen chose to start that far end of the court?
Not really. I think it's important for him to get off to a good start.
Okay.
And sort of, especially when you're playing a debutant, so you don't really want to give them an advantage in the beginning. You just want to sort of force your way on him.
Okay. And is that sort of Janne Jorgensen's mentality anyway, not just specifically because he's playing against a debutant, but you know, is he the sort of player that always likes to get on top of his opponent? So what you were talking about during the earlier matches, where you said some of the Chinese players don't even seem to hardly try when there's a big difference in ends, if they have to start the worse end, and they save themselves and so on.
Yeah, when he's in the right mode, then Jan is really good at that. But there's such a big difference sometimes.
Yeah.
Where he looks really disheartened and so on. And I think it's also in order not to risk going down that way.
Yeah.
So in the beginning, at least, feel that you can play the baseline and so on, and use all parts of the game. So perhaps you could say that is, I don't know if that's probably not true, but you could say the ability to distinguish between it's because of the side I'm playing like this is important if you choose to start on the bad side of the court.
Yeah.
I think he's doing well, Kolik, but he's just up against a player who's physically much stronger than him.
Yeah.
And that's of course understandable when he's only 17?
17.
Yeah. It's really going to be interesting to follow his development over the next couple of years.
Is Jorgensen all right there? Was there a bit of a stumble, or sort of twiddled his ankle after the rally, as if just loosening up?
Service over. 8-19.
He's had some small injuries here in the spring, but none serious, fortunately enough.
Yes, because of course bitter disappointment for him last year at his home World Championships when he had to retire injured. But he's got game point opportunities aplenty here in game number 1. Yeah, just going for angle rather than power on that smash. Clinical. 21-8. And I'll make that just a little over 11 minutes.
Så kører du hele tiden med en utrolig kontrolleret fodbold, hvor du en gang får den sat op, og der dækker du så en smash. Okay? Respekt for, at det er en ny side, så du skal op og arbejde igen og være på hele tiden. Og at han helt sikkert vil prøve at lægge lidt mere pres på. Han har lidt smule modvind med, så han kan lægge lidt mere pres.
Well, Kenneth Jonasson on duty as coach, and
emphasizing that it's a new side of the court, and that he has to work really hard from the beginning, because they expect that Firman Kolik will try to put more pressure on, able to punch his clear a little bit more and push his lifts. should be in trouble again here in the second game against Janu Jorgensen. Quite fast.
Yeah.
Jan Jorgensen. There's that one.
Service over. 1 love.
That's long.
Yeah. You know, it was occurring to me, Steen, during the 2-minute timeout in between the first two games. You know, I'm sitting here thinking, crikey, isn't this incredible? A 17-year-old playing for his country. And then I started to think about his fellow countryman. Taufik Hidayat was in the All England final at 17. World number 1 when he was still a teenager. Lin Dan, world number 1 when he was a teenager. Was Peter Gader world number 1 at 19, or had he just turned 20 when he first became world number 1?
Let's see, he's from 76. He didn't become. He only became number 1 in, I guess, 98.
I think
So
it was
like
97.
97.
Yeah.
And he was 21.
Yeah, okay. But, you know, it's strange because, you know, I had the pleasure at the All England Championships of talking to Peter Gader and Taufik Hidayat and Lin Dan, you know, and I was saying, you know, you three burst onto the world stage and were doing so well when so young, and we don't tend to see that anymore, because here we are, I'm feeling astonished that we've got a 17-year-old playing men's singles, but, you know, in just one generation, you know, times have changed.
Yeah.
And is there a reason behind that?
It's hard to say.
Change of scoring? Because, of course, when those 3 players passed champions that I've mentioned, they all came through when it was the old sort of scoring. You could only score when you served.
I think players tend to play on longer.
Yeah.
So it's there's a lot of experience you've got to get past. And I guess all 3 of these, Peter, Taufik and Lin Dan, they had really tough competition in daily practice.
Yeah.
Taufik had Hammervan, Hendrevan and Malev Meineke, amongst others.
Ooh, I like that reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, and crikey, when you think of the list of Danish greats, one after another. Yeah.
And that's an opportunity that Kolik here, he hasn't got it, because Tommy Sugiarto, Simon Santoso, Sonny Konkoro, they're now independent players.
Yeah. So they don't have that daily practice.
No, so he's gonna walk the steps himself.
Yeah.
It's easier if you have someone that you can sort of drag you up to top 10, and then you can sort of pass them by. And
very, very good point. But as we've seen in India, with the emergence of the men's singles players there, that's well left, just long. You know, once you do get a good group, and there is a good group of Indonesian young men's singles players, and they're all fighting against each other. We've seen it in India, that all of a sudden you've got, you know, 3 world-class men's singles players, and probably half a dozen pushing those top 3.
And the thing is that when you are a group like that, then probably Kashyap is beating Shrikant once in a while in practice.
Yeah.
And probably HS Pranoy is beating Shrikant once in a while in practice. And now they see that, oh, Shrikant, he can actually win Premier Super Series. Well, then I can win as well.
Exactly.
Because I beat him in practice.
Yeah.
And if you practice all by yourself, it doesn't have this kind of competition, it can be a little bit harder. It can also be hard to to have too much competition, because, for instance, Peter Gade, he was at one point quite impossible to take even a game off in practice. And that sort of disheartened the other players a little bit, because they saw, okay, Peter won tournaments, but we're nowhere near him, so there's no one saying that we can win tournaments.
I suppose the lack of sparring partners at the very elite level makes Carolina Marin's rise to world champion in the women's singles even more remarkable. But of course, in women's events, you can practice against up-and-coming junior men's singles players,
senior men's singles players,
senior men's singles players as well. Absolutely. So. Women players, we always have the advantage. I practiced against men's doubles players. Men's singles and men's doubles players don't have that luxury. You need the sparring partners.
And
the coach's attention, and in some ways, India and the emergence of Saina Nehwal is quite similar to Spain. One female player making it to the top, and interesting to see if Spain can follow the example of India and produce a number of good badminton players.
Well, didn't I read that Spain won the European Junior Team Championship?
They did. They did.
Well, that probably answers your question, that there's a whole host of them now interested in doing well and believing that they can achieve. It's good judgment.
Got a really good clear, a little bit deceptive.
It's a good net shot, forced the error. So tight to the net.
8, 9.
Efficient service.
Well, 4 straight points to go into the lead. Jorgensen. That's well taken.
From that angle, got a little high. The net shot from Jan Jorgensen.
Oh, that was going out, wasn't it? Good rally. Yeah. Yes, and that long look towards his left-handed opponent at the end of the rally. Yeah, it was a long rally, wasn't it? 43 shots. Oh, Jan Jorgensen just telling the umpire that he's taken a new racket and just wants to try out the new one. Six of the last 7 points to the Dane. Missed it.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah.
So uncomfortable playing opponents who can actually attack both straight and cross from the forehand side with quality.
Yeah, apologises for the good fortune. Oh, look at that.
Shot.
Yeah. Yep, he was protecting the back of the court. He was on his way back.
And this is one of the situations where the lack of physical strength is visible.
Yep.
Simply not enough power to break the movement and get back to that net shot.
10 of the last 11 points now. He was 6-9 down, Jorgensen.
Okay. It's interesting to let the mind wander 3 years ahead when Firman is 20 and Jan Jorgensen is 30. Then the physical advantage is perhaps changed.
Yeah.
So you'd rather have the younger legs.
Mm. Oh, this is astonishing, isn't it? And I suppose this run, it's the experience, it's, what is it?
It's a little bit like what we saw in the men's doubles. That suddenly the experienced player, the experienced side, takes a number of points in a row. Where it takes a bit of a time for the more inexperienced part to figure out, hey, what's actually going on here? How should I react to what's happening right now?
Oh,
what can I
that's
do?
cool. 20 match point. 14 of the last 15 points. Oh, that's brilliant. What a lovely punch clear from Jan Jorgensen to close out the match. 15 of the last 16 points. He just upped a gear and ran away with it. Yeah, there's the lack of strength in the legs that you've just been talking about. Yeah. Well, that will come. And when he gets more experience at this sort of level, I think the Indonesian, from what I've seen today, is going to be a very, very exciting player for the future.
I think also that's why Jan sort of upped it a gear in the second. He wanted to send a message, hey, you're not close to me yet.
Yeah. So victory for Denmark with Jan Jorgensen. 21-8, 21-10 in 27 minutes. So Denmark have got a point on the board against the former champions Indonesia. In singles, well, Jan O. Jorgensen was very much the favourite against the 17-year-old, but I wasn't expecting him to finish it off like that, really just upping his pace. 15 of the last 16 points to the Dane. Women's doubles is next, and a pair from Denmark that I don't think have ever played together before. They're up against the Asian Games gold medalists, Gracia Polly and Nitya Krishinda Maswari. Then, of course, we finish with mixed doubles as well. So as far as the Danes are concerned, Maiken Frogor and Maria Helsbøl up against the Indonesians. And as we wait for them to come onto courts, Steen, I know that you've got a bit of background here because Helsbøl usually plays with Grøbæk, and something's happened to Grøbæk.
Yeah, Grøbæk, she hit her knee during the first match against England, and the Danish team management just didn't want to take any chances, making it worse by playing her in this match, and that's of course understandable. There's a slim chance the Danes are going to win this ladies doubles, and also a good opportunity when you have selected quite a young and inexperienced team to give Maiken Frogor some championship experience.
Yeah.
We also could see that they more or less settled in that they weren't going to be Indonesia in this team match.
Your choice?
Yeah, serve.
You serve?
Oh, choosing serve, so the choice of ends goes to the Danes.
This side?
Jean-Philippe Bouger, our umpire, just getting the formalities out of the way. Toss of the coin. Well, what an occasion for the young Danes. Maiken Frogor turned 20 2 days ago, on Monday. That just confirming what we've already told you, that it's the first time they've ever played together. Maria Helsbøl, 25 years of age. Nice to see her back on court though, because she had a horrendous injury in February last year, ruptured an anterior cruciate ligament. And in fact, her first tournament back after all those injury worries, the Icelandic International in January this year, actually won the tournament with her regular partner Grøbæk. So what a wonderful way to come back. But of course it says not selected. They weren't selected as a pair. And Maria Helsbøl was indeed playing as we've already mentioned. So Gracia Poli, 27 years of age, born in Jakarta but brought up in Manado in the north of North Sulawesi. Haven't, by their own very high standards, had the best of starts to the year. Poli and Nitya Krashinda Maswari, a 26-year-old from Blitar in East Java, because they've played 5 tournaments, 3 quarterfinals, 2 second-round losses. And when you've won the Asian Games gold medal, well, there's confirmation that the Indonesians did play against England, and sadly Lauren Smith, who was trying to recover from injuries. They knew she had a bit of an injury problem playing with Heather Olver after the first game, felt that the injury troubles were getting too much, and therefore they retired injured. And of course, that was the 4th match, which gave Indonesia, when playing against England, their 3rd match within the tie.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Indonesia, represented by Nitya Krashinda Maswari and Gracia Poli. And on my left, Denmark, represented by Maiken Fogor and Maria Hesbo. Indonesia to serve, Gracia Poli to Maria Hesbo. Level play.
That's a powerful smash from Maswari.
女子双打由周玉妍、萨莫维尔会诊汉特斯、贾奎特，裁判员陈志生，中华台北，发射裁判员托瑟特马尔，马来西亚。
The fifth match on court 4 will be women's doubles. Chu Smurber, Australia, against Hans Jacob, Switzerland. Umpire Chen Chicheng, Chinese Taipei. Service judge Katarina, Malaysia.
Service over. 2-all. Please.
Yeah. Just pointing out that she wasn't flicking the perspiration away, she was just wiping it on her shirt.
Service over. 3-2.
Missed it.
Oh.
Oh,
well
challenge here. There's a challenge early on.
Challenge. Denmark.
Well, it was called out, and oof, looking at that, we don't have the perfect angle, but that looked as if it was on the line. But Hawkeye confirms that it was indeed on the line. So what a great challenge by the Danes.
Correction in. 3. Oh, sorry.
No, it's 4-2, isn't it?
4-2.
Yeah, there we go.
A bit too short-lived there, and
Service over.
then it becomes
3-4.
really hard to defend.
Play.
Of course, the Indonesians heavy favorites in this match, but always hard to play against young scratch pair, because they'll fight that extra mile for each other.
Yeah.
Know that they're not really used to each other's playing styles, so they have to make up for it.
Oh, good smash. Yeah.
Very nice defense from Michael Forgard.
Yeah, as the rally was in progress, I thought I like that defence. It's not too
short,
very
short
short
movement.
Yeah.
She was originally selected to the team together with Camilla Rytter-Juhl and Christina Pedersen. The only ladies doubles player that was originally selected of the ones that are here. Selected more as a learning tournament for her,
yeah.
But we can see why.
Yeah.
Some potential in the young Dane.
Oh, just missed it. Yeah, there's a certain crispness of shot with Forgard, isn't there?
Yeah. We have to remember that this Indonesian pair has never lost to the best Danish women's doubles combination, Camilla Rytter-Juhl and Christina Pedersen. Always beaten the Danes. So we have to keep that in mind when we evaluate their younger teammates' effort here today.
That is an astonishing statistic, actually, to me, Steen.
Yeah.
I suppose, when I think about it, this Indonesian pair, very, very often in their matches, I think they're too content to defend. And I can see in my mind that the top Danish pair of Rytter-Juhl and Pedersen would get frustrated by the shuttle just coming back the whole time. And that's possibly why that astonishing statistic pushed it wide.
At 8-5, I thought they were moving a little bit too far back in the defense, the Danes, and I think in some way the same thing happened as with the men's doubles. Oh, we have a good start here. Do we actually have a chance? Let's play a little bit safe. No. You have to play 100%.
Yeah.
Good smash placement.
Yeah, excellent. Aiming towards the right shoulder. Yeah, getting in a tangle.
Very nice coverage there from Maria Helsbo. I have a theory about the Indonesians that it's mainly Poli who sort of creates the dangerous stuff, except for the smashes from Maheswari. So, if I were the Danes, I would try to play more creative shots downwards towards Maheswari, challenge her at the net. White Poli at the back court. Not so dangerous in the attack as Maheswari. Quite a powerful smash.
No, the Indonesians have the advantage of the mid-game interval, but it is only 2-point advantage. Coach Eng Hian, Olympic bronze medalist in Athens in 2004 with Flandir Limpele.
Thanks for mentioning it. Beat Jens Eriksen, Martin Lundgaard in the bronze match.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
And you were head coach at the time?
Even though they had a fantastic coach at that time.
They did have a fantastic coach at the time.
And he played absolutely fantastic in that match.
Yeah.
His partner Flandy was quite badly injured in his shoulder, but it was impossible to get it past in here.
No, what on earth was all that about?
I think it was the Danes advocated that it was actually Maswari who was serving. I'm not totally sure, but if I should try to think back, I think they're right.
Service over. 10, 11. Service over. 12, 10.
Good call.
Service over. 11, 12.
Well,
Service over. 13, 12.
the fact that she was ready and waiting for that third shot will make her opponents think in future.
Exactly. I love that move. Even though it doesn't pay off in the beginning, it might scare them away.
14, 12.
Good defence. Yeah. Well played. Good rally.
13, 14.
Good rally. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a pity.
Service over.
Excellent defense from Maheswari and Polly.
Good rally again. Yeah, creative angle there.
Yeah, and again, the mistake from the Indonesians came from Maheswari from below the tape. And I think that's the spot that is exploitable for the Danes.
Well, perhaps this is a women's doubles combination that Denmark should think about for the future.
It's a possibility.
Yes.
However, one thing is playing one of these scratch matches in team championships, and another thing is playing on a daily basis and
Sure.
and getting the playing style to match. But it's also in situations like these that you actually discover these new possibilities.
Oh, it's good defence. Oh, how did she get that back? Yeah. Frogel annoyed at herself. There was a real opportunity, hadn't there been? Desperately short-lived. She couldn't put it away. It's gone wide.
Yeah. And she took a small step backwards, Forger, and would have been good for the Danes if she'd stayed and covered the other side of the court. It's hard for the Indonesians to lift on the side they're on right now due to the drift. They're pulling away again.
Yeah.
The more experienced pair.
It's gone long. Game points have arrived for Indonesia.
20, game point, 15.
Oh, what a good return of serve. Yeah, she's a talented individual, isn't she? Frogel. It's a nice idea to try and step in, take the defensive shot early. But wasn't able to control it with the drift. 21-16. Yeah, look at, she just took half a pace further forward to receive that cross-court smash, and I like that positioning at the opening game to Indonesia. Kenneth Jonassen still talking to his players. Now, if it was you right now, Steen, what would you be saying?
Yeah, I'd be saying that I think they've played a good game. Very, very good start. It's important that they don't go backwards in the defense. They have to go for the chances, but at the same time stay patient, and that's the hard part of it. They're not normally playing tournaments at the Super Series level, so they will probably do some misjudgments regarding whether the chance is big or not, and if they could get that straight here in the second game, they'd have some chances. And then, of course, what we discussed regarding who's the more creative Indonesian player. So I would flick Poli Gracia every time. I wouldn't want her at the net. That was one of the situations where in lower tier tournaments that's a big chance. Here it's a big chance of making a mistake.
Yeah.
And it's not a winner chance at all, because the Indonesians would easily have returned that shot unless it had touched the net cord and just rolled over. It's so important for the Danes to judge these flat game attacking situations right, because a lot of times they sort of create the opponent's points for them because they make themselves vulnerable for counter attack and easy points. And we know that this Indonesian pair is a pair that's used to withstand the attacking game of all the best Chinese women's doubles, of Camilla Yule, Christina Pedersen, of the best Japanese ladies doubles and so on. So they're not easy to score points on.
No. It's gone long as well, and that I think was emphasised when this Indonesian pair did win the gold medal at the Asian Games, because in the semi-final they beat the reigning world and Olympic champions Tiang Qing and Zhao Yunlei. We know Zhao Yunlei loves to attack.
Yeah.
Let's go wide. Yeah, this is where the inexperienced as a pair of the Danes, you know, more difficult end to play. For a couple of errors early on in the game.
And also the Indonesians, of course, they haven't played this pair before, obviously, because no one has, and so they didn't really know what to expect. And so you use perhaps the first part of first game to sort of gauge what are we up against, and okay, we adjust our plan a little bit, and now we've got it covered.
I can understand her movement to the round the head position there. Having had an ACL injury myself, that's the really worst movement on court. That's the one you really worry about. What a super net shot.
Service over. 3-6.
Of course, very important for Indonesia to get this pair started well in the tournament, because if they're going to challenge for the title, they need Polly and Maheswari to create some upsets in the knockout stage.
Yeah.
Can't rely on their singles to deliver a point against the very best nations like China, Japan and Korea. So more or less forced to win 3 doubles.
Service over. 4-7. Play.
Good rally. Oh my goodness.
No.
Overdone it.
I love the clear to Polly, but the last shot was a bit too risky. And we just have to acknowledge that the Indonesian defense is really, really solid.
Yeah. But do you agree with me, sometimes when we see the Indonesians playing, you know, the top 10 pairs that you're mentioning that they'd have to beat in the rest of this tournament if Indonesia want a chance of winning the trophy, that they're a little too defensive?
Yeah. Actually, I think that some of the other Indonesian up-and-coming pairs in the women's doubles are also very, very interesting, because they're very mobile.
Yeah.
And keep changing positions. Yeah, that's out. And that's
it's a challenge here. Challenge from the Indonesians on the far back line to where they are, which means it's awfully difficult for them to judge. They think that the drift has perhaps held it up enough. Oh my goodness, that is close.
I'd say it's out. But it's one of the situations where I think a challenge is okay.
Steen, you're spot on.
If you play the opponent's baseline with pace downwards direction, I think it would be okay to take a challenge. But we've seen some challenges where the shuttle is slowly dropping towards the baseline, and I mean, that should be a very ill-willed line judge who doesn't get that correct.
Yeah. Yes, lovely. It's a pity.
9-6.
Well played.
Yeah.
And that's a good chance for the Danes to counter-attack when Polly is at the back court, and especially when she's attacking, because her attack is not really dangerous. So you have to go for the counter-attacking opportunity there, and that should be the general idea, to try to do that over and over again. Flick her now, go forward. Of course, she won't be smashing all the time. She'll be clearing and dropping after a few rallies. But
still pulled in.
Much better than having Maheswari firing smashes away and Polly covering the net.
Yeah.
with her quickness.
Gone long, and therefore a 4-point advantage at the mid-game interval. And the advantage not with the Danes, with the Indonesians. Well, we only get to hear very little of what Kenneth Jonasson is saying.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Wants them to, whenever they are attacking, he wants them to move a little bit forward, because he feels that the Indonesians are often trying to block or play behind the front player. That was at least part of it.
11-7. Play.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Annoyed at herself.
12-7.
Some people may be wondering, Steen, why the women's doubles pair of Oropka and Kruse are not here, but my understanding is they've quit playing. Have they retired from playing?
Yeah, they've retired from the national team.
Yeah.
8-12.
They sensationally reached the semi-final of the All England, didn't they?
And I think that remains their best result so far.
Yeah.
Service fault called.
Service fault called, struck above the waist.
13. 8. Service over. 9-13.
Oh, what a return.
Beautiful shot.
Service over. 14-9.
Yeah, well, that was a lovely touch. But I suppose shot there on that occasion from Maheswari was not below tape height.
And of course, we have to give her credit. Of course, she
Yeah.
didn't play
Yeah.
below the tape.
Yeah.
It's just when you're trying to coach against these world-class pairings, you have to find some spots where it's not so dangerous to play.
Yeah.
And
I like that
if
drive.
you can't find those spots, then you're going to lose.
Yeah.
If you can't utilize them and sort of exploit the weaknesses, there's a big chance you're going to lose anyway.
Always landed in.
17.
Indonesians really stamping their authority on this match now. That's a nice return.
Service over.
Just enough pace on it to tempt the server into trying to intercept.
over.
Slightly off balance as she tried to play that.
Service over. 11-18.
Seems like we're about to get the seedings decided.
Yes, now you're the one who's done all the calculations and working it out. So Indonesia, if we assume they win this women's doubles and therefore top the group because they will have won 3 matches, now where will they be seeded?
They will be seeded as number 3.
Okay.
Malaysia as number 4 and China and Japan 1 and 2.
Yeah. She's definitely better when she steps into it, Swari.
And she's covering exactly that shot over her left shoulder, covering it with her forehand. There, she's really, really good.
So, match points.
Match point 30.
For Polly and Maheswari. Yeah. 21-16, 21-13. The victory for Indonesia in the women's doubles. And an unassailable lead in the overall tie, 3-1. So, as Dean Pedersen has just confirmed, Indonesia will be the number 3 seeds for the knockout draw. But I thought the Danes did well, Steen. A difficult situation for them to be thrown in here as a scratch women's doubles partnership.
Yeah, they can definitely be satisfied. They played a good match. They were not close to winning, but no one could expect that. Actually, it would probably be the match where Indonesia were the biggest favorites in. So, but got some valuable experience, and these 2 girls can also be satisfied, securing the group victory.
Well, their confirmation of the scoreline: 21-16, 21-13 in 36 minutes of play. So just one more match to come in this Group C decider, and it has been decided, as you can see, because Indonesia have that 3-1 lead. So regardless of who wins this mixed doubles, Indonesia top the group. Well, the missing star players from Denmark means that Mads Culling has a new partner for this event. Of course, he usually plays with the left-handed Camilla Urrutia, playing with Sarah Thorsen And they're up against Praveen Jordan and Devi Susanto of Indonesia, led out by the Indonesians. And if you're a follower of badminton, you'll know that Mads Kolding is a giant of a man. Look at him! Goodness me. 2 meters and 5 centimeters. And I make that just a fraction under 6'9". Is that right?
I have no idea about
He's tall.
about the foot and inches system.
Yeah, sorry.
But 205, that's tall, yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. This is an arena for tall people.
Yeah.
Basketball arena here in Dongguan.
Yep. So Girish Natu, our umpire for this.
Okay. Who will receive?
Well, I had to have a discussion about what choice they were going to make. I'm surprised that that wasn't decided between the two players before they went on to court, but there you go. So in the mixed doubles, the last match of the tie. And the 27-year-old from Holbach on the island of Zealand. 3 European Championship silver medals to his name. 2 in mixed doubles, 1 with Julie Howland and 1 with Camilla Ruta-Yule. His partner, 24 years of age, was a bronze medalist at the European Junior Championships in the mixed doubles going back to 2009. Normally plays mixed doubles with Nicholas Knorr, and there you can see for the first match against England, they weren't, weren't selected. They were selected, weren't they?
Yeah.
And they lost to Chris and Gabby Adcock, the married couple, 18 and 18. Yeah, that just threw me. They were selected. So to Debbie Susanto, 26 years of age, from Palembang in South Sumatra. 13 and 7 translates into 1 final from 7 tournaments. They reached the final of the Malaysian Grand Prix Gold, where they lost out to Joachim Fischer-Nielsen and Christina Peterson. Praveen Jordan, 22. And he, I can tell you, is a powerful athlete. They're actually down 1 place in the world ranking this week to that number 10 on their highest ever ranking of 9.
The fourth match on court 2 will be women's doubles.
Well, they're a pair that only formed their partnership at the beginning of last year. And of course that is correct, because against England, Indonesia fielded Tuntoi Ahmad and Liliana Nasir, and they lost to Chris and Gabby Adcock in 2 straight games. The tie was decided by then, which may have influenced the performance of the former world mixed doubles champions from Indonesia, but even so, perhaps the selection today in selecting Praveen Jordan and Debbie Susanto, a bit of a wake-up call to their higher rated compatriots.
Yeah, and perhaps also a little bit with thoughts on the Olympic qualification, trying to get 2 pairs qualified, and if so, they must both of them be in the top 8 on the world ranking. And of course, if you play here, you get world ranking points, but if you're not selected, you don't play any team matches at all, you won't get any ranking points.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, so players all desperately want at least 1 match.
On my right.
Indonesia, represented by Praveen Jordan and Devi Susanto. And on my left, Denmark, represented by Max Piller Kodling and Sarah Chulsen. Indonesia to serve, Devi Susanto to Max Piller Kodling. Love all. Play.
Well, net called on the return of serve, very first point.
1 love.
Oh, it's a good serve. Oh my goodness.
Service over.
And it's quite a height he falls from.
Yeah.
Yeah, but great deception from the Indonesians.
And we know that. We know that all the Indonesian players, they have the racket skills needed.
Yeah.
2 1. Service over. 2 all.
Oh my goodness me.
Service over.
What an incredible return of serve.
2.
Think about that shot, Lars Uwe. That's very often is the case in the mixed doubles. It's going to be a battle for the attack. A lot is going to depend on the two female player who's going to be able to win the net.
Mm.
Great return from Debbie Susanto down the back of Sarah Thyssen.
4 3.
Look at that. Excellent.
Mm.
5 3.
Yeah, just pointing out that she couldn't see the shuttle. Therefore, Debbie Susanto having to move her position. Has got a tremendous smash,
Yeah,
hasn't
really
it?
powerful.
4.
Really learned his trade as an international badminton player, playing mixed doubles with Vita Marissa. Do you remember that year he spent with her?
And she's still playing.
Yeah, but they reached number 7 in the world ranking, won 3 titles.
Service over. 5 6. over. 7-5.
Semi-finalists at the All England Championships earlier this year. Indonesian pair, having beaten in the very first round the number 3 seeds Xu Chen and Ma Jin.
8-5.
That was probably one of the shocks of the first round, wasn't it? This year at Birmingham, the All England Championships. Oh, it's gone too long.
Of course, it's interesting with the Indonesian sort of revamp after the Olympics in 2012. They got immediate success with 2 World Championship gold medals in Guangzhou, and that was sort of the old players that they sort of revived. Mixed doubles with Natsia and Tontowi Ahmad. Ahmad, of course, a little bit younger, but he was established, and the same with the men's doubles. But they're still working and trying to get the younger generation forward. We see it also in the ladies doubles. They still rely on Polly and Maswari as the best, but there's a number of strong players in the squad, and I think we'll see more of them in the coming years here. So if you do a revamp, it's not just a 1-year project, it's a multi-year project, and it's going to be interesting to see if Malaysia can do the same.
Yeah. Well, it's a run of 5 straight points to go to the mid-game interval with a 6-point advantage. Richard Manaki.
It's very distinct that one coach to one player.
And that's very unusual to see that in European style, but very usual to see it in the Asian style of coaching.
Yeah.
Court 1, 20 seconds.
Just need to make sure that both coaches have coordinated what they're telling the individual players there.
I think often the Asian nations tend to bring more coaches to tournaments than Europe does.
Yeah.
11-5. Play.
Here's an interesting thing. Look at the positioning of the serve then from Praveen Jordan when he's serving from the left-hand court. Because of where Debbie Susanto is serving, he can't possibly serve out wide.
No.
He can only serve to the tee.
Yeah.
That's a lovely kill, isn't it, from Susanto?
And it's important knowledge for the opponent.
Yeah.
Because you only have to worry about one spot for the short services, and that makes it considerably easier to make a good service return.
We weren't able to see it. Well, this is an extraordinary run, isn't it? 8 straight points.
Yeah, and the tension of the whole team tie has sort of vanished with the 3-1 lead for Indonesia, and
6-14.
there is no higher purpose of this Danish scratch combination. They're not going to play on after this tournament. Mads Colling is going to continue his men's doubles with Mads Conrad, and probably and hopefully Mads Colling is going to continue with Camilo Rutjul.
Yeah.
At least they're entered into both Australian Open and Indonesia Premier Super Series.
Service over. 15-7.
There is a purpose, though, for the Sudirman Cup campaign, because the more these 2 Danish players can get used to playing with each other, for the quarter-final. No, we don't know whether they'll be playing the quarter-final tomorrow or whether they'll be playing Friday afternoon's quarter-final. And the quarter-final was played over 2 days at the Group 1 level.
16-7.
Yeah, and especially important if, for instance, Denmark would be drawn against a country like Japan.
Yeah.
Because even though Japanese pair, whoever that might be, would be the favorites, I wouldn't totally rule out that Søren and Mads Kolding could spring a surprise there.
Yeah, and that's where Denmark would be hoping that they could pick up one of the points. I know that Denmark have obviously got good opportunities in the other 4 disciplines as well, but you know, you'd look at the lineup and you'd say with Mads Kolding's experience, you know, he's got to have a chance against really.
And we've seen in the men's doubles that the Japanese have a tough time finding a good playing style against him because he's so tall.
Yeah.
He and Mads Kolding, Mads Conrad has a very good head-to-head against Endo and Hayakawa, even though they lost the last encounter. Yeah, I guess from Danish point of view, Japan would be the preferred opponent in the quarterfinals. Indonesia, a rematch of this match.
Good defense.
Probably very difficult. China, impossible.
Yeah.
And then Malaysia, and that also seems like a slim chance because one of the strong Danish categories, the men's singles, would probably be gone, as Lee Chung-wei would be on the other side.
Yeah, yeah, good point. Game points opportunities for Indonesia.
Service over. 9-20. Game.
21-9, opening game.
21-9.
Just 12 minutes, I make that.
It's one of the quickest games we've got.
Yeah, it is. I'm sure it is. No, I couldn't hear that at all.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Well, I suppose, Steen, in a situation like this, given our conversation at the end of that opening game, you know, and the needs for Denmark to get this pair, even though they don't have a future together necessarily, working for the quarter-final stage, would you as a coach say, okay, right, we're going to try and practice this, and I will just want you to focus on this particular area and give virtually no emphasis on winning the game and just looking to how they can improve, thinking about the next matches?
Yeah, I would do that.
Yeah.
Winning the game is not important here. It's more important to try to get a good grip on the playing style that I would want them to execute in the next match. And of course, I would want Sarah Thyssen to challenge a lot at the net in order to get the attack, but hasn't been possible for them so far. And the Indonesians have played a very, very good match, not really given an inch.
Service over. 1-3.
Oh, he's overdone it.
Service over. 4-1. Service over. 2-4.
Oh.
Service over.
And the problem is, of course, that these two Indonesians are also aware that the Danes will try to get the attack, and they desperately want to prevent it. So they've had much bigger success so far in maintaining the control of the rallies. That's good.
2.
Yeah, very good serve.
Service over. 7-3. Service over. 4-7.
There's a lot of mistakes from the Danes at the moment. Easy mistakes.
Do you think he's trying to do too much to make up for his partner? You know, that she's, you know, she's not experienced at this level. She's a talented individual, but it's almost as if he's trying to sort of take over and play winners because...
I think that was also one of the problems when he started playing with Camilla Juhl. That he tried to do a little bit too much, but he overcame that, and partly I think because he started playing men's doubles as well, which originally I thought it was a very bad idea, but I've had to reconsider that, and perhaps they're even better right now in men's doubles than the mixed. But it's very common also if you have a partner who's slightly injured or ill, then you simply try to do too much, and that sort of ruins your own game.
Yeah.
Service over. 9-6.
Yeah, he did have an extraordinary start, didn't he, to his partnership with Camilo Yule, because they won the Dutch Grand Prix, and then I think it was about a year before they managed to get past the second round of any tournament they played.
So what better way than to skyrocket the expectations by winning the first tournament
Yes.
and then struggle
Yeah.
for a long, long time. And then cruise control,
Yeah.
Jordan and Susanto.
Service over.
Justin Rose, do you know who he is?
Yes.
Golfer.
Yeah.
He turned pro, having finished 4th in the British Open as an amateur, and promptly missed 21 consecutive cuts. Now, isn't that a bit similar?
Yeah.
And look what he's achieved now.
So that's if you can overcome adversity,
Yeah.
then you can be truly great.
Mm. Overdone it. So 3-point advantage for the Indonesians here in the second game, having taken the first. I used to play against Richard Manaki, you know.
Oh, I thought you said Justin Rose.
No, you were nodding.
Yeah, I could hear what Lars was saying to them, and he said, we have to be aware that there's coming one more back than we used to, and that's exactly the case. The Indonesians, they have a very, very good defense.
Did you see the way he released the grip of on his racket handle before he hit that shot?
Yeah.
And that is part of why he generates so much power.
And we often see Sina do the same.
Yes.
It's so important to be relaxed when you want to hit the really, really hard shots. And actually, you think it's the opposite, that you should really be tensed and ready to use all your power, but it's just much easier to make the muscles work quickly if they're relaxed.
Yeah, good serve.
11. Service over. 12-10.
Lucky net court there from the Indonesians. No, it was actually the Danes who had a lucky net court.
Yeah.
But it affected the shot that Debbie Susanto got back, and it was a bit surprising for Sara Thyssen that it was so high. Both the Danes are trying to do a little bit too much to my taste.
It's difficult not to, so.
Yeah, it is. Because if they play too safe, the Indonesians, they make their own points.
Mm.
And that's what I like when the players are capable of scoring their own points. Puts a lot of pressure on the opponents.
Yeah, that's a great interception.
12-14. Like.
Oh, well, well.
13-14.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
My goodness me.
very well placed flicker.
Oh, back level.
Excellent net coverage from
15.
Debbie Susanto. Even though she didn't kill it the first time, it was coming straight back at her.
Oh, the flick serve is long.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a challenge. Oh, I don't think that's worth a challenge.
Out.
No, my instinctive reaction was that it had landed long. What was yours?
Well, that doesn't. I don't really have an opinion.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's very difficult from that angle. We'll wait for Hawkeye. Oh, that must be close. There's Hawkeye looking at it. Yeah, great challenge. Well, well, well. Did catch the line.
Direction. In. Service over. 16-15.
Oh! Yeah, good rally.
Now they have to be careful, the Indonesians, because otherwise they could end up losing this second game.
Mm.
It's 16-all. It was the Indonesian coaches pointing to the scoreboard.
Yeah. It's 16 all. But not any longer. That's a good return of serve.
Service over. 17 all.
Danish coaches applauding.
17.
Oh, what a shot. Well, that's where being 2 meters and 5 centimeters helps you. Look at this. Just reaches up. Lovely. 2 points away from taking this second game now. 1 point away.
20 game point.
And they only have themselves to thank for this, the Indonesians, because they've dropped in concentration level.
Yeah, because I thought they were cruising at one stage. Brilliant. It is indeed 1 game all.
Won by Denmark. 21-17.
And now they got this positive break, the Danes,
Yeah.
for future matches in this tournament.
Two games done. It's only 30 minutes of play.
There was Rexy Meineke bringing water to the players. There's too many coaches on right now.
Rexy is up talking to the umpire here. Now, is he saying something about withdrawing a player, or what on earth is going on? Two Meineke brothers there. Well, he's not happy, whatever. He is not a happy man, Rexy. Brother Richard trying to just calm the situation. Well, they wanted to swap coaches, I think. Was that what was...
No, I don't think... I
No?
think it was about the situation where the challenge... the Indonesian challenged, and they thought I think they thought that the Danes had got a point too much. It wasn't that they didn't get the correct score, but I think they felt the Danes got a point too much.
Yeah. Well, I certainly didn't notice that.
Ready? Final game. Love all. Play.
Yeah, but you're right, Steen. You can't have a third coach or a manager coming onto court as well. You have your two coaches at the back of the court. If one chooses to leave and another one arrives, that's permissible.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's well taken.
He was quite animated, Rexy.
Mm.
I mean, they've already qualified. They've already won the group. So
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
Service over. 1-2.
quite important for a player like Saratusen to get a game off the Indonesians. Let's see if they can take the whole match.
2-all.
It's the Danes with the momentum, at least.
Yeah. Oh, what a good return of serve.
Service over. 3-all.
No, smash like that's never going to come back.
Service over. 4-3. 5-3.
Good rally. Oh! And net cord to finish it.
A very good idea to flick Devi Susanto. I would have the majority of the services as flick if it was me.
Oh, what a contrast to the opening game.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Perhaps the dispute with the umpire regarding this challenge and the points sort of took away their concentration.
Service over.
Lucky for the Indonesians.
Blank.
Yeah, it's a good return of serve.
He's playing very well now.
Yeah.
That's Colin.
Oh, what a great serve too.
9-4.
Yeah, look at the body language. The Indonesians, that's not good if you're an Indonesian fan.
And from being at least one step ahead all the time, they're now one step behind.
The game in 6-2, 8-4, 10-6, 14-10 in that second game. Kept those 4 points ahead and suddenly it all went horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Because now with a 7-point advantage.
I think they got a little bit too content, but I also think it was good advice from Lars Ure that the Danes should be aware that it was coming back one more time than they expected.
Yeah. See if we can hear him again.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Court.
A lot of reinforcement. Not able to hear a lot, except that was the reinforcement that they were doing the right thing.
11-4.
And that I also think they acknowledged that Sarah took a bit more responsibility at the net and sort of realized that she could easily play here.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
And what the Indonesians have sort of accomplished now is that they have actually raised the level of confidence for Sartusen.
Yeah.
When she leaves this court, she believes that she can play Super Series. Perhaps not to quarterfinal level, but to a first round, second round level.
Oh, that's a shocking serve.
Service over. 5-2. 12.
Bit of a wild hit from Praveen Jordan.
And in all honesty, Steen, you know, the way that the Indonesians have allowed that challenge and in their minds a lost point or a point to their opponents or whatever their feeling was about it, they've let that affect them too much. And if they are real contenders, the number 10 in the world ranking right now, they've been as high as 9. You know, if they're contenders for titles and medals in Rio, you cannot have players as badly affected as they've been. They've got to get control of their mental discipline.
Yeah. It's simply not good enough.
No.
And, I mean, had it been 2-all and the match had been really, really close, they could be in some way excused. Not all the way, but in some way. But here it's just...
Yeah.
It's inexcusable.
Service over. 14-7.
There's a Danish handball coach who calls it emotional slavery. That you're simply a victim of your emotion, that you're not able to get past this sort of injustice you feel that has hit you.
Yeah, you've got to learn to channel that anger and aggression in the right direction.
And that point counts exactly as much as all the other points.
Yeah. Well, of course, the real athlete that I think of that was able to use his anger and aggression in the right way was John McEnroe. Yeah. The more angry he got, the better he played.
Yeah. And it's also about sort of in some way controlling your emotions, but then again not controlling them, but showing your emotions, showing your anger, showing your joy, but being able to refocus before the next rally goes on. And that's really, really a difficult task for some players.
No.
16-8.
8-point advantage. And certainly until just a little over halfway through the second game, I didn't think we'd ever be in this situation. And all credit to the Danes, because it's not just that the Indonesians have allowed that incident to affect them. The Danes have stepped up their game. They've worked on certain aspects that they were told to look out for, and they are playing much, much better. Rally.
And I think now they try to change it back, the Indonesians, but they've sort of started the Danes, so it's not so easy as it was in the first 1.5 game. And it's a gift to the Danish team, should they be so lucky to draw Japan for the knockout stage, because otherwise it would have been a combination with little confidence going into that match.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Service over. 10-17.
Shocked by the sudden blow of wind.
Yeah, it is. Powerful, powerful smash, but also obviously such an angle because he's got such height and reach.
Service over. 11-18.
Well, they need 3 or 4 points now, the Indonesians, if they are to make a comeback.
Short. Yeah.
Service over. 19-11.
Yeah, that shuttle's had it. Oh, match points now for Denmark.
Match point 11.
Oh, vicious slice on the final shot from Mads Culling. And what a comeback by him and Sara Thursen.
Match won by Denmark. 9-21, 21-17, 21-14.
Yeah, umpire confirming the score. Look at this angle. Look at the slice. And look at the smiles from the Danes. And you're absolutely right, Steen. That will give them a huge boost and huge confidence going into their quarter-final match, whoever that may be against. Because we knew before this mixed doubles started that Indonesia had topped the group. So Indonesia will be the seeds, but there we can see confirmed in 46 minutes of play, the Danes winning 9-21, 21-17, 21-11 in the deciding game. So that means that the overall score of this Group C deciding match is 3-2 to Indonesia, and as I say, it's the all-important seeded position for the quarter-final knockout stage. Well, it all started with the men's doubles and the former world champions Mohamed Hassan and Hendra Setiawan having to come back from a game deficit, 6 minutes shy of the hour mark, that men's doubles. And then Manaputi for Indonesia made it 2-love. But a good women's singles there. Jano Jorgensen really showing his class, the world number 3 against the 17-year-old left-hander from Indonesia. Women's doubles, well, Maswari and Polly, they are highly ranked, and there's a reason why they're highly ranked at number 7 in the world at the moment. Asian Games gold medalists. That was fairly comfortable for them, but remember that was a scratch partnership for the Danes. And mixed doubles, well, what a turnaround by Colling and Thorsen. So that means Group 1C has been decided. Of course, there'll be more action later on this evening, 7 o'clock local time. It will be Singapore against the Netherlands, Group 2A. Richard Kaufman and Oliver Leighton-Davis will be seeing you through this evening's match as we leave you with the highlights from Indonesia against Denmark. So from Steen Peterson and myself, Jill Clark, we will be back tomorrow. But until then, enjoy the match this evening.